Hi, I'm Benedict. Welcome to Boring Sleep Stories, a quiet, unhurried space. Settle in and let this gentle narration carry you toward rest. Please like the video and subscribe to our channel, but only and only if you liked the video. The quiet lanes are empty now. All the houses are dark, their windows sleeping. The only light comes from above, a soft and distant starlight, and from the end of the lane ahead, where the harbour begins. There is no sound here but your own soft footsteps on the old stones, a gentle rhythm in the deep quiet of the town. The air begins to change as you walk. The scent of night-blooming flowers in the small gardens gives way to something else, something older and deeper. The clean, cool scent of salt air carried on the softest of breezes. It touches your face, a gentle welcome, a promise of the water ahead. The lane opens up and the harbour unfolds before you, a basin of calm, dark water, holding the reflection of the stars. And all along the edge of the docks the harbour lanterns are lit. Their glow is not bright or harsh. It is a warm, honeyed light softened by the sea mist. Each lantern casts a gentle, golden pool on the wooden planks and a long, shimmering line across the surface of the water. The light sways, just a little, as the tide breathes. Everything is in motion, but it is the slow, deep motion of sleep, the gentle rock and sway of a world at rest. The air is cool and tastes of salt. You can feel the soft, damp weight of it. It's a clean and calming presence, washing over you with every slow breath. Breathing in the scent of the sea, the salt, the old wood of the docks. Breathing out into the quiet night. The sound of the tide is the only constant rhythm here. It is not the sound of crashing waves, but of a slow and heavy breathing. The water sighs against the pilings, a gentle rhythmic wash, a slow lift, and a slow fall, the heartbeat of the coast. It is a sound that has been here forever, a deep and ancient lullaby. Far out, across the water, the cry of a distant gull, a single sleepy sound that hangs in the air for a moment and then dissolves. It is not a call of alarm or energy, but a sound of the night itself, a brief note in the vast, quiet symphony of the harbour. Then only the tide again, the slow, steady rhythm of the water, in and out. The harbour lanterns watch over the quiet. Their golden light is a steady, reassuring presence. It catches the tops of the gentle swells, making them gleam for a moment before they disappear into the dark. The light feels warm, even from a distance, a soft, protective glow holding the harbour in a gentle embrace. The quiet lanes behind you have faded into the darkness. The town is asleep, dreaming its deep and peaceful dreams. Here, at the edge of the water, there is only the present moment, only the soft light, the salt air, the gentle rhythm of the tide. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be, just this quiet place, just this gentle moment of peace. The world has slowed to the pace of the water, the slow, easy lift and fall, the soft whisper of the sea. Every breath you take is filled with the calm of this place, breathing in the cool salt air, breathing out the long, slow day. The rhythm of your breath begins to find the rhythm of the tide, a slow, easy inhale as the water rises, a long, soft exhale as it falls away, a natural, effortless cadence, in and out, a gentle rocking motion, even in the stillness. The whole world seems to sway with this gentle tidal breath. The lanterns sway, the reflections on the water sway. Everything is held in this slow, peaceful rhythm. The distant gulls are silent now. The night has grown deeper, quieter. The only sounds are the ones that belong to sleep. The soft wash of water, the whisper of the breeze, the steady, slow beat of the tide. It is a sound you can feel as much as you can hear, a gentle pressure, a release, a slow, deep pulse that resonates through the old wood of the docks, through the soles of your feet, up into a feeling of profound and heavy calm. Your body feels heavy in the most pleasant way. grounded, still. The harbour lanterns continue their soft, silent watch. Their light seems to soften even more as the night deepens. The golden glow is a blanket over the water, a warm and gentle light in the cool, dark night. It asks for nothing. It simply is. A point of soft focus in the peaceful dark. Your eyes feel heavy. The light shimmers and softens behind tired eyelids. The details of the harbour begin to blur, leaving only the impression of light and dark, of gentle motion and deep stillness. The salt air is a constant, gentle touch, a cool, soft presence on your skin. It carries the scent of the deep, open water, the scent of rest. Each breath is a little slower now, a little deeper, matching the tide. The tide breathes in and out, a slow, steady rhythm, the rhythm of deep, deep rest. The world narrows to this, the gentle light, the soft air, the slow, steady sound of the water. Everything else fades away. The day is gone, the lanes are forgotten, there is only the harbour at night, only the peace. The water sighs, a long, slow breath. The light shimmers, a soft golden glow. The air is cool and still. Everything is slowing down. Everything is settling. The rhythm of the tide is all that remains. In and out, a slow, gentle rocking, a deep, easy peace. The water lifts and falls. The light is soft, so soft. The air is calm. The harbour sleeps. The tide breathes in and out, soft light, salt air, quiet water. The tide rises. The tide falls. Slowly, gently, in and out. The soft light, the quiet tide. Breathing in, breathing out. Slow, quiet rest, the tide. In and out. Soft, quiet sleep. In, out, in, out. The great hall of the scriptorium is quiet now. The long day of work is done. The gentle scratching of quills on vellum has ceased, and a deep and profound stillness has settled between the stone walls. The only light comes from a single candle, standing on a wide, heavy desk of dark wood. Its flame is a small, steady teardrop of gold in the vast, cool darkness of the room. The light pools around the base of the candlestick, creating a warm circle on the wooden surface, illuminating the deep grain and the faint dark stains of ink from years and years of patient work. The air is cool and carries the faint, clean scent of stone, the dry, sweet smell of old paper and leather-bound books, and the warm, honeyed fragrance of beeswax from the slowly burning candle. It is the scent of stillness, the perfume of a quiet and ordered life, now at rest. The flame is almost perfectly still, a single, unwavering point of warmth. But then, a slight and imperceptible current of air, a slow breath within the ancient room, causes it to dip and sway for just a moment. As it moves, the shadows move with it. Long, deep shadows stretch from the legs of the heavy desk and the tall, straight-back chair. They lengthen and shorten, soften and sharpen, in a slow, silent dance on the cold stone floor. The room is a cavern of gentle darkness. Beyond the small circle of candlelight, rows of identical desks recede into the gloom, their surfaces bare and tidy, waiting for the morning. Beyond them, tall shelves line the walls, filled with the dark, uniform shapes of sleeping books. Their spines are turned inward, their stories and wisdom held quietly within. The light is not strong enough to reach them, leaving them in a soft, deep obscurity. It is enough to simply know they are there, resting in the cool, silent air. High above, the vaulted stone ceiling is lost completely in shadow. You can feel the immense space above you, the great arches of stone that hold up the roof, but you cannot see them. The darkness feels vast and protective, a soft blanket covering the entire room. The world has grown very small, contained within these thick stone walls, held within this single gentle circle of warm light. There is nothing beyond this quiet space, nothing but the slow passage of time, measured only by the steady consumption of the candle. The flame flickers again, a little dance of light. It catches the curved glass of a small inkwell resting on the desk. For a moment, a tiny crescent of light shines on its surface, revealing the deep, black stillness of the ink inside. The ink is at rest. The quills are at rest in their wooden holder. The smooth, creamy sheets of vellum are stacked and waiting. Everything is in its place. The quiet routine of the day has folded in on itself, leaving only this deep and profound peace. The silence is a presence. It is not an absence of sound, but a quality of the air itself. It is held in the cold, heavy stones of the walls and the floor. These stones have held centuries of silence, and they release it now into the room. It is a silence that is deep and comforting. You can feel it settling around you, a weightless cloak. Your own breathing slows to match it, becoming a soft rhythmic whisper that joins the quiet of the room. A slow breath in, a long, soft breath out, a rhythm as steady and as peaceful as the candle's gentle light. A sound from far away. A single low toll of a bell. It is not a sharp or sudden sound. It travels through the night, through the thick stone of the monastery, reaching the scriptorium not as a clear note, but as a deep and resonant hum. It is a vibration that you feel in the floor, in the heavy wood of the desk, more than you hear it with your ears. It does not shatter the silence, but rather it measures its depth. The deep, resonant tone hangs in the air for a long moment, a single, perfect ripple in a vast, still pool, and then it fades. Slowly, slowly, it recedes until it is gone, and the quiet that returns is even deeper, even more complete than before. The memory of the sound makes the silence more profound. The candle flame continues its steady, silent work. A thin line of smoke, almost invisible, rises from the wick, climbing in a straight, unwavering line before dispersing into the darkness above. You can watch the motes of dust, illuminated as they drift through the column of warm air rising from the flame. They appear as tiny golden sparks, tumbling and turning in a slow, endless and graceful ballet. They rise and fall, carried on currents you cannot feel, each one on its own journey through the warm air, through the beam of light, before vanishing again into the shadows. They drift with no effort, no purpose, simply carried by the gentle warmth. The pool of light on the desk seems to warm the very wood itself. You can imagine the feeling of that wood, smoothed by countless hands over countless years. The surface is a map of quiet diligence, marked with the faint scars and patterns of a life of peaceful labour. The light catches a subtle curve in the grain, a dark knot, a slight indentation where an elbow has rested for many, many hours. These are the quiet marks of a predictable and gentle life. The same tasks, performed in the same way day after day, have worn a smooth and comfortable pattern into the world. The shadows continue their slow, rhythmic swaying. The darkness in the corners of the room is absolute. It is a soft, velvety darkness, a place of deep rest. The tall, arched windows that line the far wall are black rectangles, showing nothing of the world outside. Perhaps a sliver of moon is tracing a path across the sky, casting a pale, silvery light on the stone pathways of the cloister. But from here there is only the deep, impenetrable black of the night. The room feels entirely self-contained, a world unto itself, floating in a sea of quiet darkness. The air remains cool, a reminder of the stone that surrounds you. It is a clean, ancient coolness, the coolness of a deep well or a hidden cave. But the light from the candle is a small, persistent anchor of warmth. The balance between the cool air and the warm light is perfect, a gentle harmony that soothes and calms. You can feel the coolness on your skin, and you can feel the gentle warmth from the small flame. The two sensations exist together, a quiet and pleasant contrast. The slow, circular rhythm of the room continues. The light flickers, the shadows shift, the dust motes dance, the silence deepens. There's nothing new to see, and nothing new is needed. The beauty is in the repetition, in the predictability. You know that the flame will continue to burn. You know that the shadows will continue to sway. You know that the silence will hold the room in its gentle embrace. It is a pattern, a lullaby of light and shadow. Another hour might be marked by another distant humming toll of the bell, or it might not. Time itself seems to have slowed down, stretching and softening. The moments blur one into the next, each one as peaceful as the last. There's no need to measure time here. There is only the being, the existing, in this quiet, peaceful space. The steady, even rhythm of your own breath is the only clock you need. In and out, a slow, gentle tide. The wax at the base of the candle's wick has pooled into a small, liquid circle of gold. It is clear and still, perfectly mirroring the flame above it. A tiny second flame trembles in its liquid surface. Occasionally, a drop of melted wax will trace a slow path down the side of the candle, hardening into a pale, smooth rib. The candle is a record of its own slow passing, its own quiet work of giving light. It asks for nothing in return. It simply is. It simply burns. The scent of beeswax seems a little stronger now, a warm and comforting presence in the cool air. It is a clean, natural smell, the scent of summer flowers and sunlight, captured and held in the wax, and now released into the deep quiet of the night. It mingles with the scent of the cool stone, the two combining into something ancient and deeply calming, the smell of nature and the smell of permanence together in the still air. The great stone arches of the scriptorium are invisible, but you can feel their presence. You can feel the way they curve high overhead, meeting in the darkness. They are strong and solid, holding the weight of the roof, holding the quiet of the room. They have stood for ages, silent witnesses to the changing seasons, the passing days, the quiet nights. They create a sense of shelter, of profound and unshakable safety. Beneath these arches all is well, all is calm. The shadows cast by the rows of empty desks merge into a single soft sea of darkness. The individual shapes are lost, and there is only the gentle rhythm of light and dark. The light on the central desk and the deep, soft shadows everywhere else. The room is a simple composition of warmth and coolness, light and dark. It is a space cleared of all complexity, all distraction. There is only the essential, the stillness, the quiet, the gentle breathing light. Your thoughts, like the dust motes in the candlelight, can drift and turn without purpose. They can rise and fall on the slow currents of the quiet room. There is nothing for them to hold on to, nothing to solve, nothing to plan. They can simply be, floating in the vast, peaceful space of the mind, illuminated for a moment, then drifting back into the soft darkness. There is an ease here, a letting go, a gentle release into the quiet. The single candle flame remains the anchor for the senses, a point of focus in the immense stillness. It is small, yet it fills the entire space with its presence. Its light is soft, not sharp. It does not demand attention, but gently invites it. You can watch the very edge of the flame, where the gold turns to a soft, translucent blue at its base. You can watch the tip, where the light seems to unravel into the darkness. It is a simple, mesmerizing and living thing. The silence continues, deep and unbroken. The distant bell is a fading memory. The world outside the stone walls has disappeared. There is only the scriptorium floating in the night. There is only the steady flame, the shifting shadows, the cool air, the scent of wax and stone. There is only the slow, even rhythm of your own breath, rising and falling, a gentle, quiet current carrying you into a place of deeper rest. The flame burns on, steady and calm. The shadows sway, slow and soft. The quiet remains, deep and welcoming, and everything continues in its slow, peaceful, and predictable rhythm, on and on into the deep and restful night. The light is a small, warm heart in the body of the dark. The silence is a soft blanket. The air is cool and still. Everything is as it should be. Everything is at peace. The candle burns. The shadows dance. The quiet holds you. The air in the sheltered wooden lodge is warm and still. A deep and gentle quiet fills the space. a quiet that is held by the strong, steady walls of timber. Outside, the forest is sinking into an even deeper stillness, a hush that settles over the land as the day fades completely into night. Here, inside, you're surrounded by a soft, low glow, a warmth that pools in the centre of the room and touches the wooden walls with a gentle light. The world outside the window is a world of soft shapes and deep shadows. The tall, dark forms of the pines stand as silent watchers, their branches reaching for a sky filled with distant, quiet stars. There is no sharp wind, only a slow, gentle movement of air, a breath that stirs the highest boughs of the trees. You can hear it now and then, a soft whisper, a sound like a slow, deep sigh. It is the sound of the forest breathing in the cool night air, and beneath that sound, another, more constant and close, the sound of the gentle creek. It is a soft, murmuring sound, a continuous flow of water over smooth, worn stones. It is not a rushing sound, but a gentle tumbling, a liquid whisper that has been telling its story to the moss and the stones for a very long time. The sound weaves itself into the quiet of the room, a soothing, predictable rhythm, a sound that washes away the edges of the day. It flows on and on, a silver thread of sound in the deep, dark quiet. The scent of the pines is on the air, a clean, earthy fragrance that drifts in from the open window. It mixes with the faint, warm scent of the wood of the lodge, creating a fragrance that is both grounding and fresh. It is the scent of this place, of this deep and peaceful retreat. Breathing in, you can feel the coolness of the forest night. Breathing out, you can feel the warmth of the sheltered room. A slow, easy rhythm. Breathing in the scent of pine, breathing out into the gentle quiet. The floor of the forest, just beyond the lodge, is a soft carpet of fallen needles and deep, living moss. It muffles every sound, absorbing the light stirrings of the night, making the world feel cushioned and hushed. The moss grows thick and velvety on the stones near the creek and at the base of the great pines. It is a deep and ancient green, a colour of profound rest. Even without seeing it clearly in the dark, you know it is there, holding the quiet, softening the world. Everything outside is soft. The forest floor, the whisper of the breeze, the murmur of the water. And here, inside, everything is soft as well. The gentle light, the warm air, the weight of a comfortable blanket, the feeling of being held and sheltered from the vastness of the night. The wooden walls stand strong, their surfaces showing the deep grain of the trees they came from. They hold the day's warmth and reflect the low light, creating a sense of safety, a feeling of being completely at ease. The gentle creek flows on. Its voice is a constant companion in the night, a sound that you can listen to or let fade into the background of your awareness. It never changes its pace, a steady, soothing presence. It speaks of slowness, of the patient work of water on stone, of a journey that has no hurry and no end. Each soft ripple, each gentle fall is part of a single unbroken song, a lullaby sung by the forest itself. The pines stand motionless now, the breeze having stilled for a moment. They are dark silhouettes against the deep, dark blue of the sky. They are the guardians of this quiet place, their roots deep in the soft forest floor, their needles holding the scent of clean earth and cool air. The quiet they hold is a peaceful quiet, a stillness that feels ancient and wise. When the breeze returns, it will be a soft whisper, a gentle stirring, nothing to disturb the deep peace. Inside the lodge, the air is so still. You can feel its gentle pressure on your skin, warm and comforting. The quiet is so deep that you can hear the sound of your own slow breath, in and out, a simple, easy rhythm that matches the rhythm of the forest, the slow sigh of the wind in the pines, the steady flow of the water in the creek. Everything is moving in a slow, gentle cycle. Everything is finding its own pace of rest. The sound of the water continues, a soft and endless murmur. It is the most constant thing in this quiet world. It is a sound to rest upon, a sound to let your thoughts drift away on. Imagine the water flowing over the mossy stones, cool and clear. Imagine it catching a glint of starlight as it moves through the darkness. It is always moving, yet it creates a feeling of perfect stillness, a paradox of sound and silence, of movement and rest. The soft forest floor outside seems to draw the world into a deeper hush. It is a blanket of pine needles and moss, a cushion for the whole forest. It holds the dampness of the cool night air, releasing a fresh, earthy scent. It is the foundation of this peaceful world, a surface made for quiet and for rest. The warmth in the lodge is a gentle embrace. It is a soft, steady heat that soothes and relaxes. It is the feeling of being completely cared for, completely safe. The wooden walls seem to hold this warmth, radiating it softly into the room. The low light flickers just a little, a slow and gentle pulse that makes the shadows soften and dance in a slow, sleepy way. It is a light made for closing your eyes, and always the creek. The gentle creek flows on, its voice a low and constant murmur, a sound that has no beginning and no end, just a soft, steady tumbling over smooth stones. It washes through the quiet of the forest, a silver thread of sound in the deep, soft night. It is a sound that asks for nothing, a sound that simply is, and in its being it brings a profound sense of peace. The air moves again outside, a slow and gentle stirring in the high branches of the pines, a soft whoosh like the turning of a page in a very large, very old book. The story it tells is one of peace, of nights just like this one, stretching back through time. The scent of pine deepens for a moment, a fresh wave of fragrance drifting into the warm room. It is the scent of deep, untroubled sleep. Breathing in, the cool scent of the forest. Breathing out, the warmth of the room. A slow, easy rhythm. There is nothing else to do, nowhere else to be. Just this moment, held in the quiet of the sheltered lodge. The feeling of the soft blanket is a gentle weight, a grounding presence. It is an anchor in this sea of calm. The world outside is a beautiful mystery of darkness and soft sound. The dark shapes of the pines, the unseen velvet of the moss, the soft cushion of the forest floor, and weaving through it all, the constant, gentle voice of the creek. It is the heartbeat of the forest night, a steady, reliable rhythm that you can feel in the quiet of your own body. The light in the room seems to be growing softer, the shadows deeper and more gentle. The wooden walls seem to absorb the light, their surfaces glowing with a deep, honeyed warmth. Everything is slowing down. The flicker of the light is slower now. The whisper of the wind is less frequent. But the creek flows on, its gentle murmur a constant presence. Listen to the water. It is a sound that can hold you. It flows without effort, following the path of least resistance, always finding its way. It is a sound of letting go of the day, letting go of thought, just floating on the sound, like a leaf on the water, drifting slowly in the calm, dark night. The quiet in the room is a presence in itself. It is not an absence of sound, but a fullness of peace. It is made of the warm air, the steady walls of the lodge, and the gentle sounds of the forest filtering in. It is a quiet that you can feel, a quiet that settles over you like another soft blanket. The pines stand tall and silent, their dark forms a comfort against the night sky. They are a symbol of stillness, of patient waiting. They have stood here through countless nights, listening to the creek, feeling the breeze, watching the stars turn overhead. Their presence is a deep and reassuring calm, and the creek continues its gentle song. A soft tumbling, a liquid whisper. It is the sound of now and the sound of forever. It does not change. It does not stop. It just flows, a constant, soothing murmur that fills the night. It is the perfect sound for drifting, the perfect sound for letting go, the warmth of the room, the weight of the blanket, the soft, low light, the scent of pine and damp earth, the deep, deep quiet of the forest, and the gentle, constant murmur of the creek, flowing on and on. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. A world of peace inside and out. Breathing in the calm of the forest. Breathing out a feeling of release. The air is soft. The sounds are gentle. The lodge is a safe and quiet haven. The creek murmurs its endless soothing story to the moss and the stones. The pines whisper their slow, ancient secrets to the night. And all is well. All is quiet. All is still. The water flows on, a gentle sound in the deep, soft dark. On and on it flows. The last of the day's light has faded from the high, arched windows of the scriptorium. For a long time, the only illumination has come from the single, thick beeswax candle standing on the corner of the heavy oak desk. Its flame burns with a steady, golden light, casting a warm pool onto the open page of vellum. The ink on the page is a deep, rich black, still faintly damp in the cool air. The careful, looping letters of the last line seem to settle into the parchment, becoming part of its story. A hand rests for a moment beside the book, the fingers still curved slightly, as if holding the memory of the quill. The work is done for the day. The quill itself has been cleaned and rests in its narrow wooden tray, its feather veins still and perfect in the candlelight. The small, heavy pot of ink is stoppered with a cork, its faint, earthy smell of iron and oak gall now contained. Slowly, the heavy leather cover of the book is drawn closed. The sound is a soft, final thud, a gentle punctuation to the day's labour. The sound is absorbed by the great quiet of the scriptorium, a room that has held so much sound and so much silence over the years. Dust motes, invisible in the daylight, now drift and dance in the column of warm air rising from the candle's flame. A deep breath is drawn, and then released in a slow, quiet sigh. The air is cool and smells of old paper, dry wood, and the faint, sweet scent of beeswax. The high, vaulted ceiling of the room is lost in shadow, a vast space of darkness arching over the small circle of light. The candle is lifted from the desk. Its iron holder is cool to the touch. As it moves, the light shifts, and the familiar shapes of the room transform. The rows of tall, silent desks become monolithic shapes in the gloom. The high-backed chairs cast long, distorted shadows that stretch and retreat with the motion of the flame. The journey from the scriptorium begins. A soft-soled shoe makes almost no sound on the worn flagstones of the corridor. The candle held in one hand pushes the darkness back, but only a little. The flame sways with a steady, unhurried pace, sending long, dancing shadows up the cold stone walls and across the vaulted ceiling high above. The air in the corridor is colder than in the scriptorium, carrying the deep, ancient chill of the monastery's foundation. A hand brushes against the wall, the stone smooth and cool and solid, a silent companion in the dim passage. The corridor opens into the central cloister, an open square of manicured grass and herbs, now a deep, featureless grey under the star-dusted sky. The covered walkway of the cloister is a procession of stone arches. With each step, the view of the sky is framed and then replaced by the dark stone of the next pillar. The only sounds are the whisper of a coarse woolen robe against stone and the soft, rhythmic scuff of leather on the walkway. The air here is fresh and clean, carrying a hint of damp earth and the faint, spicy scent of lavender from the garden. As the corner of the cloister is turned, a new sound begins. It is not sudden, but rather it seems to grow out of the silence itself. The first note of a bell arrives, not just in the ears, but through the soles of the feet, a deep vibration that travels up from the ancient stones. It is a resonant, bronze tone that hangs in the cool air, filling every corner of the cloister before slowly fading. Then comes the second toll, just as deep, just as pure. And then the third. The bell calls out with a steady, patient rhythm, a heartbeat for the entire community. In response to the sound, other small lights begin to appear. Down another corridor, a flicker of light emerges from a doorway. Across the cloister, another candle begins its slow procession along the walkway. Figures become silhouettes, their forms indistinct in the moving light, all drawn by the same sound, all moving toward the same place. There is no hurry, only a shared, quiet purpose. The tolling of the bell continues, a constant, reassuring presence in the growing darkness. The path leads away from the open cloister and back into the stone embrace of the monastery's halls. The corridor here is wider, the ceiling higher, the single candle flame joins others, and the combined light creates a softer, more diffuse glow. The shadows are less sharp now, and the faces of the others are briefly illuminated as they pass, serene and composed. The only sound is the collective whisper of moving fabric and the soft tread of many feet moving in unison. The air grows warmer, and the scent of melting wax and old incense becomes stronger. The procession flows through a set of tall, heavy wooden doors, pushed open just enough to allow passage. Inside, the space opens up into the chapel. Here, the darkness is held at bay by dozens, perhaps hundreds of candles. They flicker in tiered stands near the altar, line the deep-silled windows, and cluster in alcoves carved into the thick stone walls. The light is soft and alive, reflecting gently off the polished dark wood of the pews and the worn stone of the floor. It catches on a thread of gold in an ancient tapestry and finds the deep, muted jewel tones of a stained glass window, making the colours glow with an inner life even in the absence of the sun. The sound of the bell from outside ceases, its last note fading into the vast, high space of the chapel. A new sound rises to take its place. It begins as a low hum, a single, sustained note sung by many voices. The sound is smooth and seamless, with no clear beginning or end. It swells to fill the chapel, the vibrations resonating in the wood of the pews, in the stone of the walls, in the very air itself. More voices join, and the single note blossoms into a simple, ancient harmony. The chant rises and falls in gentle waves, a current of sound that washes over everything. There are no distinct words, only the pure, resonant tones of human voices joined together. The music is as much a part of the chapel as the stone and the candlelight, a prayer made of sound. The collective breath of the singers rises and falls with the melody, a slow, shared rhythm of peace. Time seems to stretch and soften. The chant continues its steady, peaceful cadence, a river of sound flowing through the night. The candle flames burn without a flicker in the still air. The world outside the chapel walls with its wind and its worries fades away, leaving only the warm light, the solid stone, and the constant, calming resonance of the chant. Eventually the final note of the chant is held, sustained until it too dissolves into the profound silence of the chapel. For a long moment the silence is absolute, deeper and more complete for the sound that came before it. Then a soft rustle of movement. Slowly, reverently, the figures begin to disperse. The journey back is even quieter than the one before. The candles are carried out of the chapel one by one, their lights separating and heading down different corridors, each one a small solitary star navigating the quiet darkness. The halls are still and cool. The cloister is a square of deep velvety black under a sky now brilliant with stars. The air is crisp and cold. A narrow wooden door opens into a small, simple cell. The room contains only what is necessary: a narrow bed with a coarse wool blanket, a small wooden stool, and a washstand with a ceramic basin. The single candle is placed on the deep stone sill of the room's only window. Its light is just enough to fill the small space with a gentle, wavering glow. The window is unglazed, a simple opening in the thick stone wall that looks out over the dark, rolling hills beyond the monastery. The cool night air drifts in, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. A faint, distant sound of the wind sighing through the trees can be heard. The heavy outer robe is lifted off and folded, its familiar weight a comfort. The rough wool blanket on the bed is turned down, ready. A moment is spent at the window, looking out at the vast, quiet darkness of the world. The stars are sharp and clear in the cold air. The candle flame dances in the gentle draught from the window, its small light a final, warm presence. A thumb and forefinger reach for the wick. The flame is pinched, and with a final tiny hiss, it vanishes. The room is plunged into a soft, complete darkness. The eyes adjust slowly, and the faint grey rectangle of the window becomes visible again, a portal to the immense silent night. The monastery settles around the room, its stone walls breathing quietly, its long day finally at an end. The evening air settles, cool and still. It carries the first faint scent of salt, a clean, distant promise of the sea. In the narrow lanes of the town, the day's warmth still breathes from the pale stone of the walls and the worn surfaces of the cobblestones. Each footstep falls with a soft, solitary sound, absorbed by the quiet that has gathered in the spaces between the houses. The sky above is a deep, cloudless indigo, just beginning to show its faintest stars. Here, the lanes twist and turn, following a logic older than memory. High walls of grey and white stone rise on either side, their windows dark and quiet. In a few, a soft, warm light glows behind a drawn curtain, a silent testament to the lives settled within. Moonlight finds its way down into these corridors of stone, casting long, soft-edged shadows that move with a slowness that is nearly imperceptible. It touches the tops of the walls, silvering the slate roofs and the terracotta pots that line a high windowsill, where the last of the day's geraniums are closed and sleeping. A gentle breeze, no more than a sigh, stirs the air. It rustles the leaves of an old ivy that clings to a garden wall, a dry, whispering sound. It carries the delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine from a hidden courtyard, a sweet and fleeting counterpoint to the growing presence of the salt air. The coolness deepens, a soft touch on the skin. The ground is solid, and even underfoot, each stone set firmly in place, smoothed by centuries of passage. The pace is unhurried, a slow and steady rhythm that matches the deepening quiet of the night. The lane begins to widen, the houses set a little farther apart. The sky opens up, revealing more of its vast, starry canopy. The scent of the sea is stronger now, no longer a hint but a definite presence. It is the smell of salt and distance, of deep water and clean, cold air, and with it comes the first sound of the tide, a low and constant hush that seems to be the very breath of the night. It is not a sound of crashing waves, but of a slow, rhythmic pulse, the gentle drawing in and letting go of the water against a far-off shore. The cobblestones give way to wider, smoother flagstones. The air moves more freely here, a steady, cooling current from the water. Ahead, a warm, golden light begins to filter through the buildings. It is not the bright, sharp light of the modern world, but a soft, living glow. It is the light of the harbour lanterns. One comes into view, then another, strung along the edge of the quay. They are old, made of dark metal and thick glass, and the light they cast is the colour of honey. It pools on the stone ground, creating islands of warmth in the cool blue of the moonlight. The low wall of the harbour front appears, a line of massive, square-cut stones that have stood against the tide for generations. The sound of the water is clearer now, a gentle, lapping murmur. It is the sound of 1,000 tiny waves, whispering against the solid stone, rising and falling in a steady, peaceful cadence. The rhythm is slow, hypnotic, a soft swell, a pause, and a gentle release. Over and over the water speaks its one calming word. The full expanse of the harbour opens up. The water is a sheet of dark glass, reflecting the deep indigo of the sky and the scattered diamonds of the stars. Across its surface, the light from the harbour lantern stretches out in long, shimmering columns of gold. The slightest movement of the water sets these reflections to trembling, a slow, liquid dance of light. Small fishing boats are moored along the quay, their dark shapes bobbing with an easy, gentle motion. They rest quietly, their work done for the day. The ropes that hold them to the thick wooden pilings creak softly, a sound like a sleepy sigh, as the boats rise and fall with the tide. The air here is thick with the scent of the sea. It is a complex fragrance of clean salt, of damp stone, of wet wood from the pilings, and the faint briny smell of seaweed left behind by the receding tide. It is a smell that cleanses the mind, washing away the clutter of the day. A distant gull cries out, a single lonely call that echoes for a moment over the dark water before fading back into the encompassing hush. It is not a sound of alarm, but a simple statement of presence, a reminder of the wild, open sea that lies just beyond the harbour's protective arms. A place is found to rest on the low, wide seawall. The stone is cool and solid. From here, the whole scene unfolds. The steady, golden glow of the lanterns, the dark, silent shapes of the boats, the vast, star-filled sky, and always the rhythm of the water. The tide breathes in, and the water level rises by a fraction, the lapping sound growing a little fuller. It holds for a moment a silent pause. Then it breathes out, the water receding with a soft, sighing drain, pulling back from the stone before the next slow swell begins. This rhythm is the heartbeat of the town, the steady pulse that underlies all else. It has measured the passing of nights without number. The cool air drifts past, carrying the clean scent of salt. The light from the lanterns shimmers on the water, a constant gentle motion. Another gull calls from far away, its voice a faint brushstroke of sound against the deep canvas of the night. The boats rock in their sleep, their ropes making a soft, woody music. The water continues its slow, patient conversation with the stone, a murmur that has no beginning and no end. The tide continues to rise and fall, a slow and certain rhythm in the deep and peaceful dark. The lanterns burn steadily, their golden light a warm and constant presence as the water shimmers and the night deepens. The last bell has sounded, its final resonant tone fading into the stone and the cool night air. The sound does not so much end as it dissolves, its bronze hum absorbed by the thick walls, leaving behind a silence that is deeper and more complete than before. Here, in the heart of the quiet, the day has finally let go. The routines have been completed, the paths have been walked, and all that remains is the stillness of the late hour. You are surrounded by a profound and gentle dark, a quiet that feels ancient and undisturbed. The air is cool, carrying the faint, clean scent of old stone and dry parchment. A single candle burns on the wide wooden surface of a desk. Its flame is a small, steady teardrop of gold in the vast darkness, a quiet companion in the night. It does not flicker or dance, but holds its form with a soft, unwavering grace, as if it too is in a state of meditation. The light from this flame pools on the desk, creating a warm circle on the dark, polished wood. The surface is smooth to the touch, worn down by countless hours, countless hands. It holds the memory of quiet labour, of focused, patient work. The light catches the subtle grain of the wood, the small nicks and marks of time, softening them into a gentle texture. Beyond this circle of warmth, the rest of the scriptorium recedes into deep, velvety shadow. The shapes of other desks, other high-backed chairs are just suggestions in the gloom, silent and empty. The great stone arches of the ceiling are lost completely in the darkness above, giving the impression of a space that is both intimate and infinitely vast. Your breath is a soft, slow rhythm in the quiet, an easy, gentle tide, rising and falling without effort. Each breath in draws the cool, still air. Each breath out is a release, a letting go, a quiet sigh that merges with the silence of the room. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only this place, this moment, this quiet. The weight of the day, the thoughts and concerns that filled the hours, all seem to fall away here, unable to cross the threshold into this deep peace. The candlelight glints on the rounded glass of a small inkwell. The ink inside is a pool of liquid black, as still and deep as a midnight lake. It holds its own darkness within the larger darkness of the room. Beside it, a quill rests, its feathered end a soft, pale shape in the warm light. There is no need to lift it, no words that need to be written. Its purpose is fulfilled for now. It simply rests, an emblem of quiet contemplation. The air that drifts through a high, arched window is cool and clean. It doesn't stir the candle flame, but you can feel its gentle presence on your skin. It carries the scent of damp earth and the faintest hint of rain that may have fallen hours ago, a freshness that cleanses the air. Through the window, there is only darkness, but you know the stone cloisters are out there, their covered walkways surrounding a quiet garden, all of it sleeping under the same vast, dark sky. The memory of walking those cloisters is a feeling more than a picture. The coolness of the stone floor through thin soles, the rhythmic echo of a footstep, the repeating pattern of archways framing the night. That same sense of peaceful, repetitive rhythm is here, in the stillness of this room. The silence is not empty. It is filled with a low, subtle hum, the sound of the monastery itself breathing. It is the sound of ancient stone settling. It is the sound of silence itself, a presence that you can almost feel against your ears. It is a comforting, steady sound, the foundation upon which all the smaller, softer sounds rest. The soft rustle of a heavy woolen robe, the gentle exhalation of your own breath, the imagined whisper of dust motes dancing in the candlelight. Your focus drifts, unhurried. It rests on the flame, the small, constant heart of the room. Its golden light seems to pulse in time with your own slow heartbeat. A steady, gentle beat, a steady, gentle light. The warmth from the candle radiates outwards in a soft sphere, a pocket of comfort in the cool air. You can feel its gentle heat on your hands, on your face. It is a warmth that soothes, that unknots the small tensions you didn't even know you were holding. The shadows in the room are soft and deep. They are not menacing or empty, but full of peace. They are a blanket of quiet, covering the corners of the room, softening the hard edges of the stone pillars and the wooden furniture. The world outside this room, with all its noise and its light and its hurry, feels a world away. It cannot penetrate these thick stone walls. It cannot disturb this profound calm. Here, time itself seems to slow down, to stretch and dissolve. The minutes and hours lose their meaning. There is only the long, slow, peaceful now. The feeling of the heavy, simple cloth of your robe is a comfort. It rests on your shoulders with a gentle weight, a grounding presence. The texture is soft and familiar. It holds a faint warmth, the sense of security and belonging. It is part of the quiet routine, part of the fabric of this place. Your gaze softens, the details of the room beginning to blur at the edges. The sharp line of the desk, the distinct shape of the inkwell, the fine feathering of the quill. They all begin to merge into a single, peaceful scene. The circle of light, the pool of darkness, the hint of wood grain. It is a painting of tranquility, and you are resting within it. Your thoughts, like your gaze, begin to soften and blur. They arise gently, like bubbles rising slowly through honey, and they pop just as gently, leaving no trace. There is no need to follow them, no need to hold on to them. You can simply watch them drift and fade, returning always to the simple sensory reality of the room. The cool stone, the warm light, the soft breath. The distant memory of the bell's chime echoes not in the air but in the mind, a low, resonant hum that vibrates in the quiet. It is a sound that signals rest, a sound that gives permission for the world to fall away. It is the final note of the day, a long, sustained tone of peace that carries you into the deep quiet of the night. The stone walls feel immensely solid and permanent. They have stood for centuries, absorbing the silence, the chants, the quiet footfalls of generations. To be within them is to be held by that history, to be sheltered by that immense, quiet strength. The coolness of the stone is a constant, steady presence. It anchors you to the stillness. The candle flame continues its steady, silent vigil. A small sun in a miniature cosmos of wood and shadow. Its light is a gentle wash, not revealing things so much as suggesting them. It paints the world in soft golds and deep umbers. It is a light to rest in, a light that asks for nothing. It simply is, and its presence is enough. The air continues its slow, imperceptible circulation, a current of coolness from the window, a current of warmth from the candle. They mingle in the centre of the room, creating a perfect equilibrium, a balance, just like the balance of the breath, flowing in, flowing out, a natural, effortless cycle. There is a sense of sinking, a gentle, pleasant heaviness, a feeling of settling deeper into your chair, into the quiet, into the night itself. It is the feeling of letting go of the need to hold yourself up. The stone walls are holding you. The quiet is holding you. The night is holding you. You can release everything else. The boundary between you and the room begins to dissolve. Your breath is the breath of the room. The slow pulse of the candlelight is your own heartbeat. The coolness of the stone is in your bones. The deep, peaceful shadow is behind your eyes. There is no separation. There is only a single, unified state of quiet presence. The details fade further. The desk is just a smooth surface. The candle is just a soft glow. The window is just a patch of cooler air. The concepts and the names of things fall away, leaving only the raw sensation, warmth, coolness, stillness, darkness, light, the light, so soft, a gentle golden glow that fills your awareness without effort. It is the only thing, a steady, unwavering point of peace, the stillness, so deep, a heavy, soft blanket of silence. It muffles all thought, all concern. It is a deep pool, and you are sinking gently into its depths. The breath, so slow, a quiet tide pulling in the calm, releasing the tension, in and out, a rhythm that has no beginning and no end. It just continues, a quiet, living continuity. Just this, the soft light, the deep, quiet dark. The feeling of the air, cool and still, the gentle rhythmic motion of the breath. Nothing else is needed, nothing else is here. Only the quiet, the endless, peaceful quiet. The light breathes, the shadows rest, the stone is still, and you are drifting on a slow, silent river into a deep and dreamless sleep. The light holds, the silence holds, the breath flows on. Just this, quiet, stillness, rest. The day is done. The quiet routine has settled into a deep and final stillness. All the tasks are complete, all the work laid aside. The scriptorium desks are clear and ordered, resting in the dark. The faint scent of ink and old parchment has faded into the cool night air, a gentle memory of the day's labour. Now there is only the quiet, a quiet that fills every space, every corner. The scratching of quills has long since fallen silent. The soft turning of pages has ceased. The low murmur of voices is a distant echo, a thought that dissolves before it can fully form. There is only this profound and peaceful silence, a blanket of calm laid over everything. The corridors are still. The last candle burns low, its small, steady flame casting long, soft shadows that barely move. The light pools on the worn stone floor, a warm and gentle glow in the vast, cool dark. The flame is a quiet companion, a single point of warmth in the deep of the night. It does not flicker or dance, it simply is, a steady, silent presence. The air in the corridor is cool and heavy with the scent of old stone and the faintest trace of beeswax. The sound of footsteps has long since faded away, absorbed by the thick walls and the passage of time. The echoes are gone. All that remains is the stillness, the quiet, the low and steady light. This quiet deepens, flowing from the corridors and into the cloisters. The stone arches frame squares of deep dark sky, and the moonlight spills onto the walkway. It is a soft silver light, cool and clean. It touches the tops of the stone pillars, making them gleam faintly in the night. It lays a path of pale light on the floor, a silent invitation to stillness. The air here is even cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth from the central garden, and the clean mineral smell of the ancient stone. There is no movement here. The leaves are still. The air does not stir. Everything is held in a perfect, peaceful quiet. The routine of the day is a finished story. The bells have rung their last sequence, and now they too are silent, waiting for the dawn. The memory of their sound still hangs in the air, a vibration that you feel more than you hear. a low, resonant hum that fades slowly, so slowly into the background of the night. A single final bell, a note of closure. It rings once, a clear and gentle tone that travels through the stone, through the air, a signal for rest. And then the sound begins to fade. The deep bronze hum softens, spreading out, becoming thinner and more distant. It dissolves into the quiet, leaving behind an even deeper sense of peace. The bell has done its work. It has called the day to a close. Now there is only the silence that follows. A perfect, unbroken silence. The last of the candlelight in the corridor finally yields. The flame dips once, twice, and then dissolves into a final soft glow before winking out. A thin curl of smoke rises, its scent a final fading whisper of wax and warmth. And then the corridor is given over completely to the dark. The moonlight from the cloister is the only light now, a distant, gentle silver that does not reach this far. Here, there is only a soft and comforting darkness, a darkness that holds no fear, only rest. It is a quiet, empty space, waiting for nothing. It is the peace of a world asleep. The coolness of the stone seems to seep into the air, a gentle weight that encourages stillness. The air is soft against your skin. The weight of your own body is a comforting presence, a feeling of being held and supported. There is nothing left to do, nothing to think. The day has been put away, like a book placed back on its shelf in the scriptorium. The routine is complete. The cycle is at rest. All that is left is this quiet, this stillness, this slow and easy descent into sleep. The silence is no longer an absence of sound. It is a presence in itself, a soft, heavy blanket of peace. It fills your ears, your mind. It is the only thing. The world has shrunk to this small, quiet space. The great stone walls of the monastery hold this quiet, protecting it. The cool air, the soft dark, the feeling of rest. Your breath is the only rhythm now, a slow, easy tide. In and out, a gentle rise and fall. Each breath is softer than the last, each one pulling you a little deeper into rest. The air is cool as it enters, warm as it leaves. A simple, quiet rhythm, the rhythm of sleep. The memory of the moonlight on the stone floor of the cloister is a soft, fading image, silver and grey, cool and smooth. The memory of the bell is a feeling, a low hum deep inside, fading, fading. The memory of the candle is a warmth that dissolves. All the anchors of the day are letting go. There is only the dark, the quiet, the breath, stone, cool, still. The air is soft. The quiet is deep, breathing in, breathing out, slowly, softly. Rest, quiet, sleep. The room is still, a deep and profound stillness that settles into the very stones of the walls. High above, the arched ceiling is lost to shadow, a vast and unseen canopy over the quiet space below. The air is cool and carries the faint, dry scent of paper and old wood, and the fainter, sweeter scent of beeswax. This is a room of quiet work, but the work is done for the day. Now, there is only rest. There is only the deep, abiding quiet of the night. Rows of heavy wooden desks stand in silent formation, their surfaces cleared, their chairs pushed neatly into place. They are like sleeping giants in the gloom, holding the memory of the day's patient labour. The light of the moon, cool and silver, filters through the tall, arched windows on the far wall, but it does not reach the centre of the room. It pools on the stone floor, a pale and gentle map of the window frames, but the heart of the room is held in a different kind of light. Here, at one desk in the centre of the great quiet room, a single candle burns. It is the only point of warm light in the vast, cool darkness, a small, steady flame, a tiny sun in a universe of stone and shadow. It casts a circle of gentle golden light upon the surface of the desk, a small island of warmth in the cool, still air. Everything outside this circle is softened, its edges blurred, its details given over to the night. But within the circle, everything is clear and calm. The candle itself sits in a simple holder of dark, heavy metal. The flame is a perfect teardrop of golden blue, unwavering in the still air. There is no draught here, no wind to make it dance or flicker. It burns with a slow, patient steadiness. A thin curl of smoke, almost invisible, rises from its tip and dissolves into the darkness above. Below the flame, a small pool of liquid wax has formed, a clear, shimmering circle that cradles the base of the wick. The light of the flame shines through this pool, making it glow like honey. Every so often, a drop of melted wax will trace a slow path down the side of the candle, cooling and hardening, adding another layer to the waxy cascade of drips that have come before. The candle burns slowly, steadily, measuring the quiet moments of the night. Within the circle of its light, the objects on the desk rest in peaceful stillness. There's a small, heavy pot of ink, its surface a perfect black mirror reflecting the tiny point of the candle flame. Beside it lies a quill, a long, pale feather, whose tip is stained dark. Its fine barbs catch the light, creating a soft, delicate texture. The pen is at rest, its work complete. It lies parallel to a stack of clean parchment, the pages smooth and waiting. The edges of the stack are crisp, and the candlelight gives their creamy colour a warm golden hue. The light softens the sharp corners, making them seem to glow from within. These simple things, the ink, the pen, the paper, are held in the gentle embrace of the candlelight. They are not waiting for a hand to use them. They are simply present, part of the deep and settled quiet of the room. The light plays across their surfaces, revealing the grain of the wooden desk, the smooth, cool glass of the ink pot, the delicate structure of the feather. The world has been reduced to this small, warm circle, a circle of light, a circle of peace. Beyond the light, the shadows are long and soft. The ink pot casts a short, dense shadow. The quill casts a long, thin, feathery shadow that stretches to the edge of the light. The candle holder itself throws a great dark shape behind it, a shape that merges with the deeper darkness of the room. These shadows are not frightening. They are gentle and soft, a natural counterpoint to the light. They are the other half of the quiet. The light defines the desk, and the shadows define the space around it. Light and shadow resting together in the stillness. The great room is silent. The profound silence is like a soft blanket. It is a silence made of stone walls and high ceilings, and the vastness of the night outside. But if you listen, truly listen, the silence is not empty. There is the sound of your own slow breathing. In and out, a quiet rhythm that joins the slow, steady burning of the candle, a rhythm of life in the heart of the stillness. The sound is so soft, it is almost just a feeling, a gentle rise and fall. From the desk you can see one of the tall, arched windows. It is a frame for the night sky. The moon is not visible from this angle, but its light is everywhere, a soft silver wash against the deep velvety black. A few stars are visible, sharp and clear as pinpricks of ice in the vast darkness. They do not twinkle. They shine with the same steady, unwavering light as the candle on the desk. One world of light within, another world of light without. Both are silent, both are calm. The window looks down into the cloister. The stone walkways form a perfect square around a small central garden of grass. In the moonlight, the stone of the cloister arches glows with a pale, ethereal light. The arches repeat one after another, creating a beautiful, rhythmic pattern of light and deep shadow. The moonlight falls on the walkway, but the space beneath the covered arcade is filled with a darkness so complete it seems you could step into it and disappear. The grass in the centre of the square is damp with dew, and it shimmers under the starlight, a soft carpet of silver green. There is no movement in the cloister below. The air is perfectly still. The leaves of the single small tree in the garden do not stir. It is a place of profound peace, a place for walking and thinking during the day, but now it is given over to the moon and the stars. It is a quiet, contemplative heart for the building that surrounds it. The stone is old, worn smooth by centuries of quiet footsteps and changing seasons. It holds the peace of all the nights that have come before this one. The coolness of the stone seems to rise up, a gentle presence felt even from this high window. A sound, so soft it is almost imagined, drifts through the quiet air. A single distant bell. It is not a call to prayer or a marking of a specific hour. It is a deep, resonant tone that blooms in the silence and then slowly, slowly fades away. The sound travels from a faraway tower, muffled by stone walls and the distance itself. It is a sound that does not break the silence, but rather measures its depth. The single chime hangs in the air for a long moment, a perfect round note, and then it is gone, leaving the silence even deeper, even more peaceful than before. The echo fades and the quiet returns, settling back into place like dust motes in a sunbeam. The quiet returns to the room, the great, still, silent room. The gaze returns from the window, from the moonlit cloister and the distant stars, and settles once more on the small island of light. The candle on the desk, it has burned a little lower. The pool of wax is a little wider. Another drop has traced its slow path down the side. But the flame is the same, the steady, gentle, unwavering flame, a point of constancy in the slow, quiet passage of the night. The circle of light is a haven, a place of rest. The dark ink in its pot, the pale feather of the quill, the smooth, waiting parchment. They are all just as they were, resting in the warm glow. The shadows they cast are just as soft, just as long. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. The world is this desk, this light, this stillness. The air is cool on your skin, but the light from the candle is warm, a gentle, radiant warmth that you can feel from a distance. It is the warmth of a tiny, living fire, a companion in the quiet. Its steadiness is reassuring. It asks for nothing. It simply is. It burns and gives its light and its warmth, and in doing so, it creates this space of perfect peace. The high, dark ceiling is forgotten. The rows of empty desks are forgotten. The world outside the window is forgotten. There is only the gentle rise and fall of your own breath, a rhythm that matches the slow consumption of the wax, the slow transformation of solid into light and warmth. Breathing in the cool, still air, breathing out a soft release into the quiet. The flame is a perfect teardrop of gold. It is steady. It is calm. It does not flicker or dance. It holds its shape, a small, bright soul in the centre of the room. The light it casts is soft without sharp edges. It is a light that encourages rest, a light that soothes. It illuminates the simple beauty of the objects on the desk, the grain of the wood, the texture of the paper. It makes the ordinary seem precious and calm. The silence deepens, wrapping around the circle of light. It is a comfortable, welcome silence, a silence that allows for rest, a silence that is full of peace. The distant bell is a memory. The moonlit cloister is a memory. There is only the here and now, this desk, this candle, this quiet. The pool of wax at the base of the wick shimmers. It reflects the flame, a perfect tiny duplicate. Two flames, one real, one a reflection, burning together in the stillness. The light is soft and golden. It fills the small space around the desk, a gentle, warm glow. The shadows are deep and soft, a place for the eyes to rest. The candle burns. The night deepens. The quiet holds. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only this moment, this gentle light, this profound and peaceful stillness. The flame is a steady point, a focus for the drifting mind. It is always there, calm and constant. It burns slowly, patiently, through the long, quiet hours. The air is cool and still. The desk is solid and smooth. The light is warm and gentle. The silence is deep and comforting. The candle flame burns, a small, perfect teardrop of golden blue. It is unwavering. It is steady. It is calm. The light it casts is a circle of peace, a small island in the vast, quiet darkness. The flame burns and the wax melts and the night is still. Everything is quiet. Everything is at rest. The gentle light continues to shine on the desk, on the inkpot, on the quill. The shadows remain soft and long. The room is filled with a deep and abiding peace. The candle burns, slow and steady. The flame is a gentle guide into the quiet, a small warm light in the peaceful dark. The stillness is complete, the rest is deep. The flame continues its slow, steady work, a point of light in the quiet room. The path is soft underfoot, a thick carpet of fallen pine needles laid down over years. Each step is a quiet press into the forest floor, a cushioned landing that makes no sharp sound. The air, growing cooler as the sun dips below the tree line, carries the deep, clean scent of pine resin and damp earth. Tall trunks rise on all sides, their dark bark textured with age. High above, the dense canopy of needles filters the last of the day's light, turning it to soft, hazy gold that slants through the woods in long, quiet beams. The world here is one of greens and browns, 100 shades of moss on stone and bark, 100 shades of rich soil and weathered wood. There is only the sound of slow footsteps and the gentle sigh of a breeze moving through the highest branches of the pines. The path winds downward, a slow and easy descent. The ground becomes softer still, springy with moisture held in the deep layers of moss that cover the earth and climb the bases of the trees. A new sound begins to weave itself into the quiet, a low and constant murmur of moving water. It is a sound that feels like it has always been here, a permanent part of the forest's stillness. The air grows cooler, carrying the fresh, clean scent of the creek. Smooth grey stones, rounded by centuries of water, emerge from the moss along the edge of the path. They are cool to the touch, their surfaces velvety with a thin, damp layer of green. The path opens slightly, and through a gap in the trees, the lodge comes into view. It is made of dark, heavy logs, settled deep into the landscape as if it grew there. A thin curl of smoke rises from a stone chimney, a pale grey ribbon unspooling into the deep blue of the twilight sky. The lodge looks solid, sheltered, a place of warmth and quiet against the vastness of the woods. Its windows are dark squares for now, reflecting the deep green of the pines that stand close around it. The sound of the creek is clearer now, a gentle, rhythmic tumbling of water over rock, a constant liquid whisper that underlies everything. The path leads directly to a single wooden step and a heavy plank door. The final few steps are across a patch of bare, packed earth. The scent of wood smoke is stronger here, mixing with the smell of pine and damp moss. The wooden door is thick and solid, its surface weathered by sun and rain. A simple iron handle, cool and smooth, fits easily in the hand. A slight pressure, a quiet click of a latch, and the door swings inward with a low groan of wood on wood. The air inside is different. It is warm, still, and filled with the dry, clean fragrance of cedar and a hint of burning oak from the wood stove in the corner. Stepping across the threshold is like entering a pocket of calm. The door closes with a solid, reassuring thud, muffling the sounds of the forest to a distant murmur. The world outside is left behind. Inside, the light is low, coming from the small glass window of the wood stove, where embers glow a deep, pulsing orange. A heavy pack slides from shoulders and comes to rest on the wide, smooth planks of the floor. Boots, damp with evening dew, are unlaced and set beside the door to dry. The feeling of socks on the cool, smooth wood is a relief, a small, quiet comfort. The space is simple. A sturdy wooden table and 2 chairs stand in the centre of the room. A low bed, covered with thick folded blankets, is built into the far wall. Every surface is wood, worn smooth by time and touch. Running a hand along the tabletop, the grain is a landscape of faint ridges and valleys, a history of the tree it came from. The warmth in the room is not overwhelming, just a gentle presence that pushes back the evening chill. It radiates softly from the black iron stove, a steady, silent heat. A single lantern sits on the table, its glass clean, its wick trimmed and ready. A match is struck, its brief sharp flare a tiny sun in the dimness. The flame touches the wick, and a soft golden light blossoms, pushing the shadows into the corners of the room. The light flickers for a moment before settling into a steady, warm glow. It illuminates the rich, honeyed tones of the wooden walls and the deep, earthy colours of the woven blankets. Through the window, the forest has become a wall of deep, impenetrable darkness, the trees now just silhouettes against a sky that is almost black. The lodge feels even more like a sanctuary, a small warm bubble of light and peace. The simple routine of the evening begins. A heavy ceramic pitcher is lifted from the table, and water is poured into a thick glass. The sound is clear and clean in the quiet room. The water is cool, tasting faintly of minerals, of the deep well from which it was drawn. There is no hurry. Each movement is slow and deliberate. A blanket is unfolded from the foot of the bed, its wool fibres soft and slightly scratchy. It smells faintly of cedar from the chest where it is stored. The bed is prepared, the pillows plumped, the covers turned down in a simple, welcoming gesture. The embers in the stove continue to cast their soft red light, the orange glow rising and falling with a slow, breath-like rhythm. The heat is a gentle weight in the air. The lodge is filled with a profound quiet, a stillness that is deeper than the absence of noise. It is a quiet that sinks into the bones, unknotting the tensions of the day. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. There is only the simple existence of this room, this warmth, this light. The world has been pared down to these essential things: shelter, warmth and quiet. A pull on the door handle, and the cool night air returns. Stepping out onto the small covered porch, the forest sounds rush back in, but they seem different now, heard from a place of safety. The creek's voice is a constant soothing presence, a liquid murmur that never ceases. The wind moves through the tops of the pines, a low rushing sound like a distant ocean. The air is crisp and cold, sharp in the lungs. Above, through a gap in the canopy, the sky is a sweep of dark velvet, scattered with the pinprick glitter of countless stars. They seem impossibly bright and clear in the cold, clean air. The wooden railing of the porch is cool and slightly damp under the hands. Leaning against it, the gaze drifts into the darkness. There are no shapes or forms to be seen, only the deep, layered black of the woods. But the forest is alive with sound. A branch snaps somewhere in the distance. An owl calls, a soft, questioning hoot that is answered by another, farther away. A rustle in the dry leaves near the porch suggests a small creature making its way through the undergrowth. These are the sounds of the forest at night, a secret world that awakens when the sun is gone. They are not threatening, but simply a part of the immense, breathing life of the place. The cold begins to seep in, a reminder of the warmth waiting inside. One last deep breath of the night air, filled with the scent of cold stone and damp earth, and then it is time to retreat. The door opens and closes again, and the warmth of the lodge envelops everything once more. The sounds of the forest fade again to a gentle, muffled background hum. The lantern on the table has burned down slightly, its golden light soft and unwavering. The room feels safe, enclosed, a haven of peace. The final preparations for rest are made. The lantern's flame is lowered, the wick turned down until the light shrinks to a tiny point and then vanishes, plunging the room into near darkness. The only light now is the soft, gentle glow from the embers in the stove, a faint red that does not cast shadows but only suggests the shapes of the room. The darkness is comforting, a soft blanket for the eyes. The path to the bed is known by heart, a few short steps across the cool wooden floor. Sliding under the heavy wool blankets, the weight is immediate and grounding. The sheets are cool at first, but they quickly absorb the body's warmth. The head sinks into the soft pillow. The sounds of the lodge become more apparent in the deep quiet, the faint crackle of the cooling stove, the slow creak of a log settling. These are the small, intimate sounds of the shelter itself. And through the thick wooden walls, the sounds of the forest are still there, a constant, gentle reminder of the world outside. The murmur of the creek is the most constant sound, a steady, rhythmic flow that has no beginning and no end. It is a sound to anchor the mind, a gentle, unchanging current to follow. The whisper of the wind in the pines joins it, a soft, breathy sigh that rises and falls in long, slow waves. The two sounds weave together, a natural lullaby that has been playing in this valley for 1,000 years. The body grows heavy, sinking deeper into the mattress. The breath slows, deepening, finding its own rhythm, falling into time with the soft, steady pulse of the forest night. The embers in the stove glow softly, and the creek continues its endless, gentle journey through the darkness. Now the narration comes to a soft close. The sounds will continue, steady and calm as you rest.